when I started out. When I started out, I was unsure. I thought I knew all that I needed, didn't know what to expect. But when my walls came down, I saw the truth. All along something was missing, and I think you'll see it too. This is where the magic happens. This is where the magic lives. Our friendships weave together stronger. The bonds grow deeper, lasting longer. And the greatest spell you'll know is how the magic of friendship grows. And no matter how much time goes by, the party will still be here with some fun new games to try. Big adventures waiting, obviously, long as we're still here together. We'll be flying happily. This is where the magic happens. This is where the magic lives. Our friendships weave together stronger. The bonds grow deeper, lasting longer. And the greatest spell there is what the magic of friendship gives. And it's something true to pass on down to generations yet to come. And we'll never stop believing in the generosity of the friendships we've won. And because the love that I feel for every single living creature is something that is real, friendship happens so naturally. Oh, and how I used to wonder what friendship could be. This is where the magic happens. This is where the magic lives. Our friendships weave together stronger. The bonds grow deeper, lasting longer. And the greatest spell you'll know is how the magic of friendship grows. How the magic of friendship grows.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Alright. Let me do one quick thing real quick. Alright, so today, if you haven't already seen like the screen, there's a pretty good chance that we are working on some background characters today. Some background models. I figure it's probably the best thing I could be streaming for this project now at this point, is to work on models for like the characters and stuff. So, yeah, that's the plan. We'll be starting off with the Lyra, Amethyst, Star, and Rose base. They share the same name, but yeah, we'll be working on that. And if Omni comes online soon, we'll be in a call with him, and we'll check on him periodically as well, since he's also helping out with background characters. And I think he was working on the forget the background characters' names actually. Let me see. He was working on the softest stuff over here, right here. And he also has this to work on too over here. But today, I'm working on Lyra, the Lyra base. So yeah. Was my microphone really that sensitive? I don't remember being that close to it either. That's weird. Weird. Alright. One second here. Okay. I need to import some reference, obviously, so I know how to shape everything. So yeah, I want to import that one actually, right? Oh, I can do this one too. Perhaps I should start this way. There we go. Just trying to fit the head size with my head. That's basically how I scale this stuff. It's kind of hard to know exactly what the back of the head is though, but it's probably right here where the ears end. So probably about there. Okay. I might need to use the screenshot for the tail. Don't need to get the full thing here. So I'm slightly cut off, but that's fine. This needs to be bad exactly anyway. It's mostly the profile that I'm really focused on to make the general shape first. Okay. Do I have another screenshot for the tail? Might need to find one. So it's not exactly profile, but actually this screenshot could work too. It's slightly cut off, but it can still work. All right, I think we're ready to do that call. Boom. Hopefully his audio is not too unbalanced when you get into it. Ooh. Hello, Omni.
Hello.
Lower my music a little bit.
I should pull up the thing. Actually, I'm not gonna hear it, but I can watch it.
All right. Can you guys hear Omni fine, or is he too quiet? He's currently not talking, so.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Test 1 2. Hello everybody. Hey chat.
Audio's fine. Hopefully.
Cool.
All right.
So working on mains today, eh?
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm working on Lyra, Rose, and yeah, I already told you that. Yeah. That's the first thing I'm gonna be working on. I'm not sure what I'll work on next after this. I'm not sure what I'll get it done today. We'll see. How are you doing with your progress?
So it hasn't changed since the last time I was on stream, so maybe I should share my screen. Why am I not doing that?
Right.
Screen.
I should probably share my screen too, so you don't have to watch my delayed YouTube stream.
Sure, yeah, that would work. I'm gonna pop out the chat so I can still see it.
Alright. So we have Omni stream in the back. It won't be up all the time on stream, but I will always have it in the back so I can look back at it when I need to. So yeah, that's how we're going to be doing this.
Works for me.
Yeah, let me take a look what you have here. Yeah, you haven't changed it much, yeah. Okay.
I think the only thing I've specifically done since the last time we talked about it in DMs was starting to adjust the roots on these.
Okay. Well, you go and go move on with that while I start this. I will check back in a little bit and see if we can provide some feedback as you work as well. I mean, we do read chat, it's just I don't respond to everyone. It's just how it is. Either by my own discretion, or people just happen to ask questions that are already answered in the FAQ in the description. But yeah, just keep that in mind. I'm not responding to everyone. Okay, let's where's the raid? You start on Pinky Base. Or technically it's more of a rainbow base because of the eyelashes being more similar to her. It's not a big deal, just start here. I'm also concerned about the main shape at this time. Start with a fairly simple circle. That's generally how I start these things. So for Rose / Lyra / Amethyst, the main's gonna have 4 parts for the head, I think. This is 1 part. We'll have the big main part here. That's 3, and then there's the last 4th one that's got a unique color on the other side for the head main. And there's probably 4 on the neck as well, which, yeah, that works out. I'm not working on the whole episode, no. Just a part of the song. Or part of the episode for the song. How is Lyra Rose? Because they have the same main style. Same main. Same model. Just different colors. Same with Amethyst Star. Amethyst, Lyra, Rose, same mains. The only difference is that Lyra and Amethyst are unicorns and Rose is an Earth Pony. And I'll be starting with the Earth Pony if there is one available because I won't have to worry about the horn poking through the main yet. When I get to Lyra and Amethyst, I'll be making a slightly alternate version of the main that gives room for the horn to stick through. Because I'm not going to just use the same exact mesh, otherwise the hair's not going to flow around the horn. Still going to be the basic same shape and stuff, so it's not going to be a huge ask, it's just a slightly alternate piece of a mane. Do you have a set base model? Yeah, this is what this is. This is just the base model that has all of the characters already implemented into the scene with all the mains presents as well, which I don't need load at this time, so hence why there's no hair. Let me check something. Let's do this. I'm going to have some text on screen to describe what's going on exactly, because it's a little bit more complicated today since I'm in a call with Artsy Omni. He's kind of doing the same thing, but with a different character, so...
Divide and conquer.
Exactly. Hopefully this is visible enough when I'm in Blender, but also not too obnoxious. Don't really need the timeline, right? So I can just put it there. That's fine. I could probably color that text a little bit too, contrast better. There we go.
You can't nickname Lyra Minty there. There's already a character named Minty.
And there's also a Lyra clone that already looks way more like Mince than Lyra herself. Right over here. She's not named, but she does appear in the Magic Inside audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the many recolors that they made specifically for the episode.
Yeah. One of which we happened to have named a few streams ago. That was fun. No, Minty's a different style main completely. I don't think it's a Colgate or slash Minuet clone.
That's right. I forgot Minuet had that name before.
I personally would just prefer to keep her canonical name within the show, but I know
Yeah.
Colgate's a more fandom preferred name, but hey. Are those all the characters I have yet to make? I mean, we haven't made any of the background characters yet fully. All the characters we have finished, or I have finished, I guess, because I'm the one that has finished models so far, is the main characters. So I have Colored Shura, the main 6, and I also happen to have Parabutter as well from way back, but I don't plan to be using her. But yeah, those are all like main characters. They aren't background characters. This is the first time we'll be working on main background characters. All right. Anyway, back to this. So yeah. Just trying to think where the roots would be for the main parts. Like this like I talked about earlier, this head main will be split into 3 parts. 1, 2, 3, and then there's a 4th one on the other side, right here. We'll be starting with the biggest piece, which is actually kind of in the center, isn't it? Is this technically a symmetrical main on the head? Kinda. It's just minus the color on one side, but otherwise it seems like the same shape.
Do we have a good reference from the front view for that style?
Usually the front view doesn't keep symmetry, even if it is supposed to be symmetrical. So I probably won't make it symmetrical.
Sweep a little bit.
What?
Are you thinking you're gonna have it sweep to the side a bit for the front view?
Yes.
Not as much as the show, but
yeah, not as much as the show, but yes. The show usually exaggerates that kind of stuff, which I tend to tone down in 3D. I don't do requests or commissions or anything, so please don't ask about that. I just do my own thing. Alright. Alright, now let's just top the head. Actually, I don't need a mirror for this. That's fine. Still working on the roots.
yeah, adjusting the ones on the back of the neck. Quick question about that, actually. How far down do you typically go for the roots on the back of the neck?
I mean, you could take a look at the models I have in the scene if you want to know
Sure.
for sure. I don't usually go down too far. I usually keep it to the top of the neck, but not exactly at the top, but like
where that crease is, that area.
no, usually a little bit further down.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, you can always check the models I have in the scene that are already finished. for some reason. An SFM app for iOS? What? The source engine isn't even optimized for like the mobile architecture chipsets that exist. I don't know why you'd want that. Specifically SFM, why? That doesn't make sense. And even then, making like 3D production software on mobile devices is not that practical because of how complicated they are. Trying to navigate everything using a touchscreen only doesn't seem that fun. Unless you made it very, very basic. Just use a computer. That's the way to go. Let's just extrude what I can real quick and see what I get.
I think it is. It is. I just noticed one of Twilight's main pieces is inverted normals, although it doesn't matter since we're probably rendering double face anyway.
Yeah. If it's inverted, that doesn't affect anything. That's fine. That tends to happen usually when I start mirroring stuff, so.
Yeah, plus where I start with like a circle and then extrude from there, it's like literally always inverted normals when I extrude from a circle. But Blender doesn't really indicate that very clearly. Like in Maya, you see it like a totally black face if it's inverted. It's just like shaded completely black. But in Blender, it just looks like the lighting is a little bit off on this. I wonder if it's the normals. Yep.
I know that Blender has a mode to show inverted normals that like very, very easily.
It does, yeah.
Not be sure. No, whatever. Not like it matters so much. Hey, your messages are getting blocked, but please don't like try to self-promote yourself in chat. That's not what the chat's for. They get automatically blocked anyway, but I still see them. Please don't. Last warning, by the way. I'll just ban you if you keep doing it. Should the roots be further down? Probably should.
It's only a 3070. Dang. I've got one of those videos open that's checking for NVIDIA and AMD stock. So lots of beeps happening in Canada right now.
Oh man, this whole situation is just crazy. It's my first time trying to get new hardware as soon as they launch, and it's just been a pain as well.
Yeah.
Just...
But it did give me the idea. I have this issue where I forget to save if I'm like really intensely working on something, and usually Blender's good about like auto saves, but I'm just gonna make a video that plays a chime every 5 minutes, and just set it on loop. So it just plays a little friendly chime, just tell me to save. And I found videos that already do that, like they just have a little 5-minute timer that does a little beep, but I didn't like the sound, so I just made up my own sound in Logic today, and gonna make it a video.
It's not a bad idea. Who's talking? Artsy Omni. There's text on screen if you aren't already aware of what's going on. That adds more efficient autosave? Blender does a good job at it, though. Not sure what more optimal it would need to be. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Blender's typically like whenever I get a crash, I'll check autosave, and it's usually just like a couple of minutes behind at most.
By default, I think it autosaves every 2 minutes, and you can change that setting too, as well.
Which, depending on what it is, sometimes 2 minutes can actually be a lot of work. Like sculpting when you're moving really fast.
Yeah, and you could probably
That
lose
can
your train of thought and forget what you've already done and haven't done,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. I'm not going to make assumptions on age, by the way. So just don't say your age. It's in the rules. Unless you're like well over 21, right? Then I don't really care. That's your choice to disclose your age at that point. But if you're young enough like that, like you weren't that young if you're actually that age that you said, but still, it's the rule. And I would prefer you not share your age in chat. And just be smart about saying your age too. I'll just need to push it to the side. I should. Can't decide. I'm so indecisive with that. I mean, her canonical name is just Rose, I think. But, yeah. Rose Luck's the fandom name. Or alternate name, or whatever. I mean, Rose Luck is just one word. Right? For her name? Her alternate name? It's not two. So it's not like a first and last name thing. Starlight's main isn't that complex. There's a lot worse. a lot of different types of mains that would be harder to make in this kind of style.
Some that we've already talked about, especially the ones with like the really round ends. We've talked about like it kind of creates a complication for the general tech or method that these mains are made with.
And you're right, your Starlight isn't in the song at any point, not in the audience, and there's no reason she would be. Because at the time of the show, she was still a villain, and she don't think would want to stop by a concert. I don't think that's in her checklist.
Yeah, she doesn't know who the Wonderbolts are. She's not gonna know pop music sensations. Got a quick question for you on this main. So I'm just comparing it to Twilight's as far as like how thick it gets at the top.
Yeah.
Do you think it's too thick, or should I kind of tone it down? Right now, this is ortho.
I mean, I made Twilight's main specifically like to
really flat.
Be similar to how her main was scaled in the show, and it just I guess it so happens that Twilight's main is pretty flat on her head compared to other characters. You can pull up the reference to make sure you're doing it right.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, how does it look? Lost your reference?
Apparently. I'll have to pull it back in. I don't know where it went.
Try searching for it.
I wonder if it's in the other one. I made a duplicate file just to have fewer things in it. So, I'll look in the older one.
Spike isn't going to be mid. He doesn't appear anywhere. So, why would I spend so much time making a Spike base when he's never going to appear? Because that model's only going to be used for Spike, obviously, because his body shape and everything is unique to him. And I don't plan on using him for this specific project, so not a good use of my time.
Found it.
think you rotated the head down a little too far. There you go. I guess your mane is a little bit more poofy than the original.
Yeah.
Again, the neck mane shouldn't be too flush against the neck, but it does need to be flush. So if it sticks out more than the show, that's kind of unavoidable. But the top head mane, I guess, could be pushed down a little bit just in general. the hole at the end of the hair, that's because that's just how my hair is when I make a model for the hair. There's always a gonna be a hole at the end just because of how I layer the meshes once I start doing that kind of stuff. So if I were to show if it'll load. Let me select the main, please. Oh, wait. There we go. If I look at how these are layered, you can see each layer for the main doesn't have like a solid close for each mesh, each layer. That's why they don't have closed ends. They just don't need them. Where's her wings? She has them. Just not right now. I don't always have them visible. I do have Pegasus wings. They're in the middle of a rework. I haven't finished that up. That's also the other thing we probably do on stream is finish that up. But the wing rigs for Pegasus, for the Pegasi, yeah, that's it. Is functional. And obviously, Rose is not going to have wings. That should be pretty obvious. But regardless. No, no stallion model this time. That's eventually. Right now I'm just working on the main model. I don't care about the base model yet. Like, I don't care. It looks like Rainbow Dash. That's fine. I'll be making those changes later. Look at they use Rainbow Dash's hair? Because it's nothing like Rainbow Dash's hair. At all. I don't know why you say they're similar. Alright. Guess I can be done with this big piece for a while. Probably. I'm pretty sure regardless of what I do, people will always wonder what I'm doing, even if I put a big bold text on screen, which I have already done. So, I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. How are you doing, Omni?
Doing all right. Just trying to address some of the topology flow in the back.
Well, keep in mind, you don't have to worry about the main intersection between each piece. Like, it seems like you're pushing them out of the way a lot, and you can push them into each other a lot more than you are, I think. I'm not gonna lie, can't really imagine why people would be watching a stream like this on like very low quality or like a very small screen, because it's probably really hard to tell what I'm doing in a program like this. If you can't get the full detail, it's probably pretty tough. I'm not using a Rainbow Dash base. I'm using just the Fem Pony base in general. It's not just Rainbow specifically. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's hide this real quick. completely. Oh, that's right. Disconnect. Yeah. Probably around there is where the roots would be. Okay. Oh yeah, I should cut it. Right. Not a lot of one-to-one. Give the head shapes a little different than the show, but should be fine. feel like every time I look at chat, I see people telling other people to like read the text on screen. That's telling everyone that's what's going on.
You should animate the text to flash.
I don't know. The text on screen details exactly what we're doing right now. Let me expand out a little further, actually.
Well, you know how YouTube works. You just got to put a red arrow pointing to the text. So that's a good thumbnail SEO right there.
Not my style. Oh, cut off your eye there. There you go. Yeah, but I only have so much space on my screen to put text on before my entire screen is just text instead of what I'm actually doing.
I've seen stream channels like that.
I don't really care if people talk about ships, unless it gets out of control. Like it's a harmless topic unless people start attacking over each other for it, which is kind of stupid if you do, by the way. People have their own opinions and thoughts on that. No need to fight over it.
I was just waiting for the boat joke in chat. There it is.
Yep. Can't go without one. I heard a very spooky door squeak. My goodness. He's probably gone.
My brother very slowly opened my office door.
Oh, man. You know, guys, if you don't want me to be silenced, talk about something that I don't, like, think is weird. It's not a topic I don't necessarily think shouldn't be allowed to talk about. It's just I have no idea how to respond to anything that's going on right now. Very strange. I don't know exactly how to animate the teleport particles, probably. Okay, it's not my specialty, but I could probably figure something out. I mean, I figured out unicorn magic a while back, but never really thought to experiment with it because I just haven't needed the effect for anything. know what the heck's going on in chat. It's being weird. And I don't know what I can do about that. I'd prefer them to not be like that, but whatever. Like, if you're old enough to, like, understand the risk of sharing your age online, I don't typically care if you share it. In the rules I state in the description, if you're over 21 and you disclose your age in chat, I'm not going to care. But if you're going to disclose your age when you're still in school or whatever, still young enough for that, I would probably want to not have you do that. And if you're definitely below 13, I'm just going to ban you outright, because you shouldn't even be here in the first place. So, yeah. That song was a recording from a animatic preview before the episode aired, and there are a lot of, like, fans watching it, so they just clapped to the song, which is why you heard clapping. So, yeah. I like to have that version of the song in the playlist because it's just kind of cool to hear people clap to the song. I don't think there's any other version on YouTube that has something like that. So. I used a MIDI file for the Magic Inside for like the piano placement, key placement and stuff. Like the MIDI file has like actual data of what keys are being pressed. It's not really an audio file. It's just data for what keys are being pressed. So I just visualized that data, and I animated the keyboard approximately to what that was. Approximately, obviously, it's not the same exact keyboard, obviously, because of the larger keys and less of them and all that, but. That's not the idea. The idea is to match it up closely enough for the motion of Colliger playing the piano to look convincing, even if it's ridiculous in concept. Saucer Flash is one of the background characters. She looks like this back here. Right here. This section. The salsa style, I guess, is what I called it. Two main background characters that we see occurring a lot are these two, but there's some other background characters that appear only like one time that share the same main style and stuff, just recolored. We happened to name one of them the other day that was not named before, Almond Butter, because that's just what she looks like, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah. I mean, male ponies is still a correct term. It's just not as convenient to say. Stallions is more easier on the tongue, I guess, but they're both correct. Pika4, I don't think you understand what the Culpa situation was with YouTube. YouTube had no choice but to implement it. That's literally that they were required to. They got sued for it. And they probably would have continued to get in trouble if they didn't implement it, so they had to. Like it or not. I don't like it either. It's kind of annoying, but it's the law. Alright.
Yeah, I think this is something I talked about a lot with other people, but a lot of the things that are annoying about YouTube are just like necessary evils. Like the copyright system is garbage, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that, but it's necessary as well to
Yeah.
comply with the law that exists today. Copyright law that is very outdated as well.
Yeah.
So
it's really not an issue necessarily with YouTube's copyright system. It's just the copyright system, copyright law in general, is just not really tailored for the modern age.
No OCs. And trust me, the show has plenty of background ponies to choose from. There,
Yeah.
we know how many they are. We've seen it. Plenty to pull from. Again,
Just go to the list of ponies by category, either unicorn, earth pony, or Pegasus, and there's the scroll bar on those pages on the wiki are tiny.
But yeah, my style for this animation is trying to keep things canonical, and if I just insert original characters that never existed in the show, that would kind of break the style a bit. Especially if they're OCs that stand out, like most of them do. So it would, I don't think it'd be a good idea for those reasons. I just want to stick to what's canon. Oh, I don't need to mark this. I mean, okay. If you look at screenshots from the actual crowd in the Magic Inside, it's actually the ponies you can identify isn't as large as you can imagine, because most of them are just like completely blacked out in like mist or whatever. Like you can't see who they are. Let me pull the screenshots up.
Yeah, there's I think 55 characters that can be identified either as like a named character or just the recolor of a named character. And then of those characters, there's only 22 actual unique hairstyles. So a lot of them share the same hairstyle. But then there's like over 100 just in silhouette in the far distance.
Yeah, as you can see, the only ones that you can identify is like in the first couple rows, and then as you look further back, there's nothing you can go off of really. But yeah, most of the background ponies you'll be choosing that aren't already here, it's going to be from other episodes, and again, there's plenty to choose from, and shouldn't have an issue with that. Windows XP sounds, because I have Windows XP sounds on my Windows 8 machine. Got a problem with that? I only kid. But yeah, I like Windows XP sounds. Nostalgic.
Do you anticipate that you'll ever resort to repeating a character in the background?
Depends at the potential rate we get you can turn out models. And
Yeah,
given the
true.
fact that a lot of the models we make are reused constantly with other like recolored background characters, we can just probably find different background characters that show the same model, just different colors. So we probably won't even have to repeat that anyway.
We could also, like, if there aren't enough characters that do recycle the same hairstyle, we could do what they already do and just recolor them.
No, that'd be going into the OC territory, in my opinion. I want to stick with what's actually has appeared in the show before, even if they're unnamed background characters from before. I do want it to stick to what's canon. I want to stay strict on that rule, personally.
We'll probably need to figure out like which hairstyles are used often then that we haven't already accounted for.
There wasn't much that I've seen too much of, but I'll look into it more.
There's an important question happening in the chat. Bulk biceps when?
Well, considering he doesn't appear in the audience, probably never.
Yeah.
Sorry to say. Though, it's probably not for me to do because there's a lot of, like, detailed muscular structures that I've never really done before. So it's probably not for me. Modeling isn't really my thing anyway, so it's not for me to do something
That might
like
be a fun thing for me to do someday. Let's just make a bulk biceps sculpt.
Perhaps. It's
I'm sure
entirely up
someone's
to you if
actually
you
made
wanted
one
to try
already.
that, but I don't
Yeah.
plan on using that character for this project
have to-
specifically.
I have to imagine someone's already made a 3D bulk biceps, but we'll find out. I'm just looking it up. Yeah, people have made sculpts. Oh, there's a figurine too, apparently. Fan made, but pretty nice looking.
Try not to say jokes like that if you can. Dark jokes, yeah. I mean, obviously it depends on the severity, but if it just starts becoming like too violent or whatever, I don't want to see it in the chat. Alright, where do I want this piece here? That is bizarre. How does this hair grow? If it...
Oh no. It's like it needs to be a part, but there isn't one.
Okay, so what I was thinking... Okay, what? I was thinking this hair like grew from the roots around here, but it doesn't. It's like connected to... It's connected to this, and it's like both ends are not in the root, so it should just fall right off. Huh. Well, guess I gotta change things up a little.
I think you can get away with having the roots where you would
Yeah, where I'd expect it to be.
guess it would be, yeah.
I could try to keep the shape preserved as well. I could probably try my best. Like, there would be a break around here. Instead of it just being a smooth line. But I guess that just can't be hoped. It's so weird. It has to be a little lower than that. I mean, the show creators didn't have to stick to canon because they can create their own canon because they're the ones that made the show in the first place. They make new canon in every episode, right? So it's kind of a weird thing to say, in my opinion. Because obviously they can veer or change things as they please. Of course, if they like start changing the fundamental rules of like the universe the show takes place in, that'd be more problematic. But just adding new canon and stuff from the writer's perspective of the actual show shouldn't be a problem. Don't just say the season 10 comics are rubbish if you're stating that as a fact, because that's not a fact. That is an opinion, which you are free to have, by the way. It's just, don't state your opinions as facts, please. That's just kind of dumb. People are free to think they're good or bad. For me, I have no idea. I haven't looked into it yet for the season 10 comics. I probably have my own opinions about it. Don't know what they will be, though. Regardless of what they are just that, my opinion. I wish the top of me wasn't cut off there. I want to know what direction. Let me look for more reference. Need front view. There was one episode that had a lot of rows. Good look at this one. Though I don't know if any screenshots will actually show the top of the main front view perfectly. Doesn't even show it. Okay. Weird. I guess I can just improvise. Well, like I said, you can have your own observation with the comments. That's fine. Like, if you have problems that you want to share, you're free to share them. Just try not to, like, state your own opinion as if they were fact. You're free to state your own observations that are factual and explain why you don't like them. You know, that's just basic debate. You know, that's fine. Just people always have different interpretations of the observations. Stating it like fact, saying that it's bad, for one. Like, if you just say to someone, what are you talking about? It's a bad comic. something like that. I feel like that's kind of making it seem like you're saying it like it's a fact. I don't know. I mean, I have my own weird problems with how people debate things, and that's one of them. If you don't really specify that it's your opinion, then it's kind of hard to... Yeah. Hearing birds? Potentially. I have the window open. Oh, also I do have a bird downstairs, yes. There's also that. I was not in any sort of debate club. That's just how I think. I have to really elaborate on what I'm thinking if I really want to convey exactly what I was trying to say there. Because I already see some confusion in chat exactly what I meant, but maybe another day. Okay, what was I? I mean, there's also a factor that having so many other characters in the background that are unique is just more expensive as well. It's more cost effective to use existing designs and just change it a little bit using the using different settings that makes the most change, like changing the color. So I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. Now where to rotate this towards? I've tried curves before, yeah. I just felt like I don't have enough control over the bevel across the length. You only have a taper control, which only does so much. The shape of the mane tends to change throughout the length as well, so it's not flexible enough. Not just the size of the bevel throughout the length of the hair. Not sure if many of you understood what I said, but yeah. That's the main issue with using curves for the hair for me.
Yeah, certain workflows, if you're going with like a lot smaller chunks, it can work pretty well. But if you're just trying to figure out complex shapes, I think it's just easier to go with a really low poly mesh that gets subdivided. Just have a bunch of them. Rotate this way, right? Move this down more as well. Then I'm gonna have the neck mane overlap with that quite a bit.
How is your progress so far?
I think I'm getting to a pretty good point with the base shapes, so I might call this good for a proposal, and then I can send it your way, and then start work on another one while waiting for you to review that.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm looking around for some a better side view for the Barry May hairstyle, because I don't have one in my ref file.
Don't worry, the wiki is definitely to the rescue there. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yep. I mean, really, it's just figuring out which one was which, so once I know the name, that's easy to find plenty of reference. It was figuring out who was the time-consuming one.
Before I move on, I think I want to do colors real quick. There's a kitty mark here, right? There is. Perfect. I might have to vectorize that. I don't think there's a vector available here. Okay.
In these early seasons where they didn't have that many background characters, like you can see Mary May like 2 inches away from each other, like duplicated in the frame.
Happened all the time, season 1.
Yeah.
It's even more noticeable now since there's some episodes that are even dedicated to some of those background characters. It's so weird. Okay. Where did they go? Here. Take a look at this monster of a node setup.
Nice.
And it'll become more bloated as time goes on because I'll need to keep duplicating these.
So many layers, you can't even see the first layer anymore. It's so opaque.
Yeah. Okay. Put this rose first. Alright, and this is coat color, right? So let me grab that wherever it is. Here. Okay. mind mess up a driver graph as well. Not allowed to go. Hold up. Should work for now. And set the rest of us up. Can I not select the pattern? Oh, right, this is the simple one. Just go here. Eye color. This is probably gonna be tweaked a little bit. Actually, pretty spot on there, actually. Okay. For vertex color painting, how do you just paint the entire mesh all at once with a single button click? I've seen you do that a few times.
If you just hit Shift K, it'll just fill in with the foreground color, I think. But you have to be in vertex mode, or vertex color still, not in edit.
Vertex paint, yeah. Okay. Shift K. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. I just did it so wrong. Vertex blue. Vertex color. There. And the secondary color. It's the inverse. Oh. Oh, again. There we go. I can understand everyone's nitpicks regarding Star Wars Reformation, but I still am satisfied with it. I've talked about it before, but I know it was a fast Reformation, but I was still satisfied with how it felt to watch it. That's mostly how mostly what I care about when I watch the show. It's just how I feel. But of course, everyone has their own opinions on that, and that is perfectly okay. Cool. Now I just need to do the neck main. The main would be pretty much done being shaped. I should probably make this self-intersect a bit more. Over. The only season I didn't really enjoy too much overall was season 8, but I enjoyed every other season quite a bit. Season 1 is sort of weird for me. I still consider it to be like my least favorite season, but not because it's bad. It's just like the season that's not really targeted for me. Season 1, out of all the seasons, is definitely more targeted towards its target audience than any other season. So, that's kind of the main reason why. But there's still some good stuff in that season. I don't have her queuing mark ready yet. I was going to get to that pretty soon. I got her an image of the queue mark ready to go to start vectoring. Shouldn't take too long. It's pretty simple. I think the top of the roast will probably be the hardest part to get right, and I probably need a higher resolution screenshot than anything I have actually. I should probably look for a better screenshot. The one I just grabbed is probably too low. And if any of you have seen me vector in Blender before, it's certainly strange, but it is possible. Blender can do a lot of things, and vectoring is one of them. It's just not really a tool you'd think you'd be using it for, because it's the way you do it is just through like curves and stuff, and it's not set up in the most intuitive way unless you already know how Blender works. So otherwise, most people use different software. I think Inkscape is one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Inkscape, Adobe Illustrator, Affinity Designer.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to just yoink a vector someone already made. I'll just make my own. This flow. Yeah, wait, hold on. It's kind of interesting how this main looks. It's like the darker part of the main just comes out in front, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
How am I gonna shape that? Do we have any rear shots of the main? I don't know if that's gonna be helpful. Usually the if you look at the main from behind, it's gonna be a little weird. They don't usually stay consistent, but
yeah, for the Sassaflash one, I basically just saw, like, looked at the back and just gotten a general idea of what kind of shape it should be, but really it's dictated more by the side view, I think.
it's always back to the main thing about you. Apparently Rose has a lot of angles and anything about you. I don't know if they have a rear shot. There's not a whole lot. It's just the most she's ever really done anything in an episode. There's one more time she had a decent appearance, but if not, I'll just look at a different character that has the same style, like Lyra. I already have that downloaded. I need a like directly from behind shot. I mean, most 2D animated TV shows are vector-based. Pretty much. In some form or another. It's usually not, like, completely, like, hand-drawn or whatever. It's cheaper to do vector 2D animation for TV. That's why it's popular. Oh, right. I think I actually had this somewhere. Though this doesn't really show what I was looking for. I figured to do this. This red part was supposed to go in front of the lighter part, but here you don't really see that, which is just inconsistent. Of course. I should have just looked at my reference folder. I already have that downloaded. Let me just open that up. Okay. I think I will be right back real quick. Stop by the restroom.
Cool. Boy, this hairstyle is very inconsistent from the front and the side. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. Alright. I am back and ready to go. This is becoming a challenge. This particular style. I don't know how much of the front view I'm going to use from the show because I feel like it's not that interesting compared to the side view and the 3/4 view.
Yeah, that usually is the case. Front view and the back view is just weirdly inconsistent sometimes. Only use it just to get the general idea of where all the hair flows, but if you're trying to nail the shape down to be like show style, usually the other views are better. All right. Is Omni streaming too? No. Well, he's streaming to me directly to Discord from Discord, but yeah, I'll tap to that when I want to take a look at what he's doing or if he's asking for feedback or whatever. I guess the rate should be way higher up for that. A little bit smaller. There's 2 pieces here, so I'm gonna make sure there's room for another one. I'm gonna have to push this out of the way too, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's why the models are outdated, sure, but I also think partly because I don't really know if the SFM community in general is really willing to accept a drastic change to the base model they're so used to working with. Might be part of the problem too. Like, just as a whole, not any individual creator really is at fault there. It's just community problem, probably. Well, that's just me, just observing from the outside, because I'm not really in that community. I'm in the Blender community, which is much, much, much smaller in the fandom. Maybe it should be more. Like right here. And I'll have to move that down. Okay. Fine. Fair enough. I mean, the SV models have their own, like, design. They aren't necessarily meant to imitate the 2D style that well. They're kind of their own thing. Whether or not people are like it, it's up to them, you know? I personally am not a huge fan of how they look. Just due to how my head shape's a bit different, I'm just gonna have to shift things over a little bit compared to how it was in the show, as I usually have to do. I was just not a fan of like the general style of the SFM pony models, and like just in general. Not the main specifically, just in general. It's not even entirely surrounded by the model itself. I also have a problem with how they look in SFM too, the source engine. I don't think they look that great in the source engine. Problems with the models aside. Let me also be sure and clear with this that I am not necessarily trying to imply that people that work in SFM doesn't make good work. It's mostly just me having a problem with the model, the base model that everyone uses itself, not the people that use it. If that makes any sense. I'll just make sure that's clear, because I know sometimes people will probably misinterpret that when I say I don't like the SFM models. Doesn't mean I don't like the SFM artists or anything like that. I'm pretty sure the hair is rigged in SFM. In fact, I'm pretty sure they set up the hair to use the Source Engine's Physics system, which the Source Engine does have. I don't know how that works in like Source Filmmaker itself. I just know the engine has it, because TF2 has it. But yeah, it's not like they don't move. They aren't like completely stiff. So you know they are rigged. Otherwise they would be stiff, or they wouldn't move at all. Well, this hair is procedural, isn't it? Should change that out. How do I set that up again? I just put. Where is it? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, it's not using procedural. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Don't want to use procedural, just use the texture for the noise, because that helps performance quite a bit, actually, as I found out recently. I mean, my hair isn't rigged that differently, probably. Like, I'm pretty sure they use a normal armature system as much as I am. The rigging isn't that much different. It's mostly in the styling of the hair and how you shape the silhouette to try to make it look good at all angles and stuff. Their approach in general is a bit different in SFM. I guess that's let's move this down.
I'm pretty sure that Mary May has the same tail as Sassafras, now that I'm looking at it.
Wouldn't surprise me considering how simple that tail is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Though to be fair, it probably fits better on the second one you're working on, so Sasa.
Yeah, it does.
And actually, let me just see that close up. So if we look at the tail for Sasa Flash, it's just a straight tail, but her mane's like circular and not straight at all, really. It's kind of a conflict in styling, like in the style of the hair, right? We have a straight mane or straight tail for that part, and not so straight mane. I can't talk. I'm sorry. And apparently this is like the same tail, right? It looks pretty similar.
Yeah, the silhouette's the same, and the line seems to follow the same edge.
Yeah,
too.
but the styling is more consistent because they're both pretty much straight, and they just curl at the ends, pretty much, which is it's way more consistent. I'm pretty sure they probably designed this character first when I had to design this,
Probably.
and then just replace the tail with something else, or because they just didn't want to make a new tail or whatever. Oh, so strange. By the way, Omni, did you have a character in mind that you wanted to work on next after you're done with those two?
Not yet. Let me look. Behelia seems pretty similar to Twilight, so it wouldn't be too difficult to just kind of replicate the general shape and then just make small adjustments. Another bangs style with a sheer cut.
You might need to do a similar cheating thing I did for Twilight, though.
True.
Trust me, it looks easy to do that kind of
Yeah,
shit.
I know. Yeah, it's
But I ran into so many problems with that. You might want to rethink that. It's probably something I should
The other
work
one-
on since it's...
The other one I
part
was
of it.
maybe looking at was Winter Lotus. Seems pretty.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Pretty thin, simple main. And you probably won't need to cheat that at all. So... Yeah.
I'm like after Sassaflash, I'm like I don't know if I want to do any of the other round styles yet. But
You need to get a method down for that first.
yeah,
There's always Derpy.
there is Derpy.
Kind of curious how I can do Orange Swirl. I really like how this main looks. I never really noticed it before, but it looks kind of neat. It's just, you know, the weird round hair. You have to figure that out. Once that's figured out, I will try that, though.
Plus, once you have that one done, going to minuets is going to be very straightforward because it's almost identical to that one. Just kind of few subtle changes, especially on the back hair. But the front, the top, is pretty similar.
There's some similarities, yeah. I'd still probably want to prefer to do it from scratch because there is a difference in how the pieces would be split up. I
Sure.
think.
I feel like hold on, Daisies or Sweetie Drops, Bonbon, both have the kind of spiral stuff going on.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm feeling like that idea that we had with that one of the initial ideas we had with Sassaflash is where we kind of spiraled it
Right.
might lend itself pretty naturally to those.
Yeah. It should be. These actually shouldn't be too hard because it's pretty obvious where the hair is like flowing to,
Yeah.
curling. Like it's pretty straightforward. It's not like this weird round parts in the hair that doesn't really imply that it's curling or anything. It's just
Yeah, it's just an oval.
applying poofiness in some way, but like doesn't really. It's hard to really make sense of where the hair would flow. There's also Twinkle Shine and Lemon Hearts. They're the same way. The curls kind of seem intuitive.
Yep.
Oh yeah, did you notice the screenshot of Derpy you put on the thing? Her wings are missing.
Really? Yeah, look at that. That was in one of the early episodes.
Yeah. I mean, that those types of errors happened quite a bit, even throughout the entire show, not just the start. Lots of weird animation errors regarding that. Alright, now let's get this piece shown and push it out of the way. Give room. Make way. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, I'll be splitting the main in half, where the horn will be poking through for the unicorns. It'll be a separate version because this is what I'm working on right now is just the Earth Pony version of the main, which will not have that split. But once I get to the unicorn part, I will make that split where I need to. Yeah. Where would the horn show through actually right now? Yeah. So I just split it down here. Just have a piece that just splits off. I guess it shouldn't be too bad. Pretty much the same style, just a different split at the end. Yeah. I can show you the chart we have. Wherever it is, right here. These are like the main 3 background characters. Like, there's other background characters that share the same main, but they're like not as mainstay. They only appear like once or twice in the show. But these are like the mainstay background characters that have the same exact main: Lyra, Amethyst, and Rose. The difference between these 2 and Rose is that these girls have horns and this one doesn't, because it's different race, I guess, right? I don't know if that's the right word, but so that will probably change the mesh a little bit, where I have to make room for the horn to poke through. But yeah, otherwise they're pretty much the same. It's just one piece of the main I have to make a different version for the unicorn, and that's it. Mainstay, yeah. Good pun. Good one. And I'm starting off the Earth Pony version because it's the easier one to start off with, in my opinion. Because it's easier to split something up than to put it back together. So if I would make the unicorn first and I had to split around the main first, and then go back to the Earth Pony version to close it back up, I think that would just be taking more time, probably. Probably wouldn't be that much of a difference, but no, it's just the reason why I chose to do this first. Oh, thank you for the donation. Thank you. I think it's looking better than I thought it would. I thought I'd be making a lot more compromises than this, but I think the only major compromise is the where the roots are growing for like this area. But otherwise, it's looking really similar to the show style, which is good. Good, good, good. There's still a lot of people in the fandom that still do work. It's definitely not as active as it used to be, but I don't think it'll ever like completely die out. And I'm certainly not planning on going anywhere anytime soon, frankly. So there's also that. How are you doing, Omni?
Doing pretty good. I think I've got a pretty good block out of the general shapes and just gotta start cleaning up.
Oh yeah, I can already tell it's looking pretty good. How's the front view?
Front view is very different from the original.
I figured.
But it looks, I think it looks pretty nice. I'm wondering if I need to do anything on this side or if it should just kind of be.
Is there
this way?
Hold on, let me take
the weird part is that in the original, hold on, let me pull up the reference.
I think whenever it mirrors, it just like flips the hair to go the other way, right?
Yeah. So the original has like this tiny little tuft of hair that comes to the side.
Yeah.
So I could probably put that there, but it's ambiguous which side it goes on.
I mean, that side is looking kind of empty, so you might as well put something
Yeah.
there, I think. Does the hair feel translucent? Because I only have one single layer of hair right now. Usually there's about 7 or 8 layers on average. There's only one layer right now. I work on layers later. I mean, that's actually not a whole lot of layers. More realistically speaking, if I wanted this to be more realistic, I would have like 100 layers, but that would ruin the renders so much you have no idea. Not visually, it would just take forever, and it already takes forever, so it's even more forever than the forever from before. So. When you have a bunch of stacks meshes with transparency, and it just increases the render time whenever that... Okay, let me see if I can explain this better. So, in Cycles, which is the Blender rendering engine for ray tracing, or path tracing, technically, but whenever a ray gets shot from the camera and intersects a mesh that has transparency, the ray has to get recast again as it passes through. And when you have multiple layers stacked on top, it has to recalculate that ray over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It gets even more complex the more you have it stacked closer to each other, and it's a mess. And it's not just that ray that comes from the camera; it's every single bounce of the ray as well. If a ray bounces back out of the hair, it has to recast over and over and over and over again to reach back out as well for the light ray. That's the main problem with the hair that I have. It's just that kind of optimization problem where it has to constantly recast the ray as it hits the transparent mesh. It looks nice, and it's also easy to work with in animation and all, but it's definitely not good for rendering. It is very, very unoptimized for that. But it is a compromise I'm willing to take because it just works so well for everything else. Clipping into the ear is not really a problem. I have a system for that later. That's why I try to like find a good compromise with, like, I can't have too few layers because I don't have enough. I can make the hair density within each layer like dense enough so you can't see through it, right? I can just change that setting in the shader editor, and I can tune it to where if I had like only 3 layers, I could just make the density of the hair large enough where you can't see through it through all those 3 layers. It's just it won't give the hair enough depth. It won't look like hair enough. So I just need to find a good amount of hair layers to where I can make sure you can't see through the entire thing where you can start seeing the scalp, right? But also still feel like it's full of hair, full of actual hair instead of just being like a blob of mesh. Trust me, Andrew Price is way better explaining things than me. He's got experience. I don't. Maybe it's just the style of how I talk about that, but I'm pretty sure he's more clear and concise with how he explains stuff.
Yeah, teaching is a skill. Like, you can be skilled at something, but not everybody who's really talented at a specific field is necessarily good at teaching that field.
I wouldn't consider myself a good person to ask if you're a beginner, for example. I can give critiques toward other people's work if they're already experienced enough, like other animators. Like I had an animator recently come to me for critique that they already knew what they were doing. They just needed some an external perspective, and I was able to give that pretty well. I think it's just if I get asked from a beginner where to start animating or whatever, I can't really help them. The best I can do is if people just want to learn Blender in general, I can just redirect you to Blender Guru. I think he has a lot of good beginner tutorials to get you into Blender, get your foot in the door, right? But I don't think it can really help you if you ask for help if you're a beginner, because I don't know what to say. I don't know what to teach you first or anything. I work better with people that already know a lot of like the basic concepts of Blender or 3D and stuff. Okay, what now then? What now? Alright, so just 2 more. How'd that work out? I wonder if I should push this more over here. Push the roots over just a bit. I only have room for 2 more pieces, and there's still a lot of room to fill up with the back of the head or the neck, whatever. Or the neck main. So might as well have that piece take up more space. Yeah, that's exactly it, I think. Yeah, teachers doing a lot of research and knowing what to expect from students and where they would struggle. I don't know anything of that. I only have my own experience to go by, and my own experience of self-teaching is kind of unique, and most people probably aren't going through that kind of route. It's a lot of what I know was just through trial and error, not research, which is kind of rare. Most people research things when they use a tool like that, like Blender. But given that I've had so much time in Blender, I've had a decade now, since 2010, to tinker with Blender. I just happen to know a lot about it just through time, but obviously not the most efficient way to learn it. I'm actually kind of surprised how little main styles there are in the background character roster.
Yeah.
I was expecting to like grind through a bunch of modeling, like day by day, but most of the time after we're done with modeling is just to get cutie marks done and get the colors set up and rigging the character switcher correctly and all that instead of modeling. The modeling's like the big first step. Still a lot of work. It's a lot of characters. It's just not as much as I thought. So it's definitely doable. Am I done or something? No, I'm just talking to chat right now. I still have 2 parts of the main to do. And then the tail, which the tail is really simple. Really, really simple. So it's just a straight tail that curls at the end, which is perfectly normal and not at all challenging. I've done that already a couple times. Rainbow Dash is like that too, but I've had a lot more hair pieces for her because of the color stripes in her mane. There were like 12 pieces for the tail, I think. For Rose, it's probably just gonna be 3 or 4, depending on what I decide to do to add extra detail. But yeah. Have I tried particle systems for hair? Yes. Yes. I can get decent looking results for still images, but it is an absolute pain to work with for animation. Trying to get hair animation to work for hair that looks like this is really, really frustrating because you're battling between trying to keep the shape of the hair as it moves and also battling the fact that you don't want it to fall over and lose its shape completely. It becomes especially noticeable if you're making Pinkie Pie, right? Pinkie Pie has really curly hair and all that, and if you don't have the hair stiff enough, it's not going to keep its shape. But if it's too stiff, it's not going to really move at all with any sort of like follow through motion or whatever. It's just going to be completely stiff. It'll hold its shape, sure, but that's just the main problem of working with like hair simulation that works off of like realistic physics. It's just hard to tune for like these kinds of cartoony style characters. I'm not sure if it's really possible in Blender to really do that right now. Have I ever made the main 6? Yes, they're all done. Main 6 is complete. Okay, let's move on. Ooh. Oh. If I could rig hair particle systems like an actual mesh where I can have an armature system to control everything, that would be ideal. But I'm pretty sure I think there are some ways around that too. You can set something like that up, but I think there's other compromises I'd have to make with how the hair bends and stuff. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, can you use mesh deform to deform a hair particle system?
I think I've looked into that before. I don't think I was able to do that. Like I was on that hair particle system thing since like March through April. I was like on it for 2 months straight. And I tried a bunch of things to make it work the way I wanted it to, and I couldn't get it to work. So I'm pretty sure that's one of the things I tried, is try to use some sort of lattice or mesh deform system to be able to manually pose the hair. But
Right.
just never got results I was happy with. I don't even think the lattice or mesh deform even works. I think. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it even did anything to there.
I've done very little with hair particles at all, so I don't really have any
Yeah, it's
clue what's
it's fun.
possible.
It's a pretty difficult thing to grasp anyway. It's really complicated. It's kind of its own thing. Its own art. Very tough. I talked about this earlier, but I do plan to redo just this part of the main, or not redo, like split it up, like around here, just separate the mesh to give room for the horn to poke through. But yeah, it's not gonna be that hard. There'll be two versions of the main, one for the Earth Pony version and one for the Unicorn. And it's gonna be the same general shape, just the Unicorn version just giving room for the horn to poke through. I'm just using a mouse. I don't have any reason to use a tablet for stuff like this. Doesn't seem as convenient.
Yeah, if you're not sculpting, there's not a lot of reason to use a tablet. I do use a tablet for vertex modeling, but that's because I'm really used to using a tablet. Okay. Just trying to think. There's only two places to put this, or two more pieces to place. I just trying to think where I want the second one to be placed after I place this first one. I guess I'll just have them next to each other. That's probably the best way to fit it. Actually, I have room down here. I don't have roots going here yet. Okay, that works out. Yeah, I'll put it here. Okay.
The reason people bring up the FAQs is because it's really important, so I don't have to keep answering the same question over and 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 over again. Because I get asked that a lot. So it's important for you to read the FAQ if you want to ask questions. If you're not willing to read the FAQ, you are likely to get ignored because I always ignore questions that are on the FAQ. It is up to you if you want to read that, but if you're going to ask questions, just know that I'm not going to answer them if they're already answered there. Okay. Wait, what was the hotkey again for the vertex color thing? To
Shift K.
Shift K, okay. Perfect. Gonna have to retain that memory. Seems pretty useful.
I think I might have to get going in a little bit to work on some other stuff.
Alright, that's fair.
But I think I've got a pretty good block out. I've got to do some cleanup and haven't done the UVs yet, but I'll probably send this file your way just so you can be able to take a close look.
Yeah. How's the other side going? Where you did you fill that blank space yet? Yeah, you did.
Yep, got a little thing.
Cool. What about the roots?
Roots are there-ish. I've got to clean them up still. I imagine they're hovering over the scalp at the moment, but they're about that far up. This one could probably move a little farther up maybe. But and then this one's probably not low enough.
Yeah, just a little lower. Yeah, the orchestra's gonna get animated. Yeah. I guess that should be in the FAQ with the crowd section, I guess. One, two, four, out, two. Oh, yes. Actually. No, I'll be making the full models. I may not add a bunch of details, like, maybe I won't worry about the color or key marks or whatever too much for that project, but I do want to finish them at some point. Because those kinds of things aren't too time consuming. The most time consuming part is the modeling itself, and that's the most important part to do in the first place for the silhouettes. Pretty much the same general shape, just shifted around a little bit, so I might as well just copy that over. Just like that. when I shade the UVs because of the hair. The hair has to flow along the topology of the mesh. UV squares. Main reason is because the spacing between each quad is different because the mesh varies a bit in terms of how evenly spaced the quads are. So I just do it manually. It doesn't take that long, so that's the main reason. It saves a little bit of time, but I'd rather just keep some of the inconsistent spacing that's naturally in the mesh itself. It's not going to affect much, but whatever. It's very, very minor.
Well, I got them both UV unwrapped. And generally pretty clean, but I'll let you take a look. I'll probably have to head out.
Alright. I assume next time you'll probably try to implement some of those techniques we talk about for the round hair. Or
Yeah,
are you saving that for later?
You're talking about for the like the ends, trying to figure out how to cross them over and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably save that for later once I'm more comfortable with the layering process, which I'll probably practice on one of the easier ones
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, I can see why you want to practice that. All right. It looks good though.
Alrighty.
But I will need to definitely take a closer look at them, and I'll give you feedback sometime later off stream.
Sounds good.
All right.
Talk to you later, man.
I'll see you later, Omni. All right, we're by ourselves now. I'll probably raise the music a little bit now. I imagine he might stick around in chat, probably, but probably around there is fine, right? You can still hear me clearly. It's not too loud. Should be fine. Should be. No, he's just voluntarily doing it. Voluntarily helping me out. Yeah, this is from the movie. Open up your eyes.
And as you take that first step,
Okay. Let's do this. Right.
it all so clearly. The best way to survive is all alone. Open up your eyes.
I'm gonna find a better site for this.
See the world from where I stand. Me among the mighty, you caged at my command.
Ideally, Rose shouldn't be moving. The tail would be like flowing a little bit as she walks or runs or whatever. So I would want it to be somewhat steady still, and also it being completely in frame would be best. And with these background characters, they don't have as much screen time as the main characters, so kind of have to really look carefully for any possibility of a shot that high is what I'm looking for. A good upside to this, though, is that she shares the same exact tail with a few other common background characters. So if I can't find one for Rose, I can find one for Lyra or Amethyst. Probably Lyra. She's the most popular one of the one that has this main style, but... I don't think this episode has one. There we go. Alright, we'll look at Lyra. Wait. There are two galleries. Stick that. Ideally find one that's in the later season, because usually the shape is, like, not as consistent in early seasons. Sometimes they just don't look right. I'm aware of the clipping. I know. I will be right back. I'm gonna go ahead and stop by the restroom real quick. Yeah, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Should probably don't need to wear those headphones now. Season 9 on Netflix, I don't think it's ever really going to be a thing. It's on Hulu only. Like, literally. Hulu only has season 9 of MOP. No other season other than 9. And the rest of the seasons are on Netflix. There's some weird deal going on there, and I don't know what's going on. But that's what's happening. At least in my region. I guess it might be different in other regions, right? But yeah. Oh yeah, let me open the window. It's not a specific question enough. It purely depends on what you're trying to animate. Making a 1-minute animation could take like an hour if you really wanted to, or it could take a couple years. It purely depends on what you're trying to animate. You have to be very, 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 very specific. And even then, coming up with a decent estimate for how long it would take isn't very easy to do, especially when I'm not that experienced with doing stuff like that, with like long-term projects. This project's my first like large-scale project, right? And I'm also doing it by myself, so I have to like wear a lot of hats, do a lot of things on my own. Thankfully, I have Artsy Omni to help me out a little bit, but I'm still doing most of the stuff. I didn't put the plane yet, did I? Wait, no, I was looking for images. That's right. Right. No, I need one that's standing still. It's close. I want the whole tail. It's walking. Slice of Life might have something. Right here. This works. I'll take it. Where'd it go? Why is the recent folder just not working sometimes? Just stop remembering that I wanted to be in that references folder. Go here. Okay. She is leaning down a little bit, so her chest is gonna show a little bit, which is fine. Just trying to get a decent approximation of the scaling here. Should be something like that. Please go for these. Why are you? What? There we go. Here. Just need the tail, honestly. Fuck everything else. Actually, how many pieces? 4? Looks like 4. Potentially. Probably more, actually. Because I want to mirror it on both sides, kind of. I'll make it 4. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Let's make this 8-sided. Which piece should I follow first? Guess that.
right in and start again. I never thought that I could just begin right where I left off and make a friend. Don't ever think that it might be too late. You don't have to wait, there's no mistakes, the friends you make. A friendship's only made of what you bring. And if you do it right, you can do anything. Just use your eyes, this time no lies. Just don't disguise who you are inside. Because your friends are always there for you. You don't have to be the same for friendship to be true. Because your friends are always there for you. Around the world it's still the same. Together you have more to gain. There's nothing that a friend won't do. Everywhere you go, friendship there will grow. When you find it, it's the key. Friends can change the world, you see. Everywhere you go, friendship there will grow. When you find it, it's the key. Friends can change the world. Friends can change the world. Friends can change the world, you see.
Okay, I think I'm. No. There's a little consistency here, actually. Let me take another look. It's not. I think this side's slightly wider now since it's not exactly profile. Yeah, that's probably what it is. There isn't a whole lot, is there? That's kind of profile. I want to keep it season 5 and up, I think. Or maybe 4. Just trying to remember, like, relevant background appearances of her that wouldn't have her any weird poses. What was that episode again? Was it season 8? Hold on. Triple Threat. Yeah, that's what it was. Is this it for Triple Threat? Ah, yes, fighting! Anyway, Not much. It's like the same problem, I guess. What episode do I want? I don't know. I'm just looking for a profile view of the tail that's like perfectly from the side view. And she has to be standing still and not walking. Like the tail needs to be like in a neutral position, not like being animated from, you know, walking forward and stuff. That's the most ideal pose. If I can't find one, I can work with what I've got. But that's just what I'm looking for. She really hasn't appeared a whole lot after season 5. Really. Not much. Was she at the Sisterhood Social? I don't think so. Or like, at least not like prominently. Not quite side view. No. Three? No, it doesn't appear that much actually. Nah, whatever. I'll just work with what I have, I think. Wow. Hard to know where this flows. Except experiment. Just place it down. Please let me select both. Please.
Don't worry, that's what we're here for. Like a racer at the starting line, you're chomping at the bit. You are here to find your purpose and a place you really fit. And until you find your place in life, you're never gonna quit. We can help you
music sometimes distracting me? Nope. If anything, chat distracts me more. Way more. Music helps me not lose my sanity. I can do it in one and split it, I think. What kind of teacher is that? What are they teaching you? I'm really confused. Why would they ask? If they aren't even teaching you to do an animation, why would they assign you something like that? What's going on over there? This will be my favorite movie, I think, right here. I watched it the other day, and I think I decided that it's probably my favorite at this point. Favorite movie overall, like for everything. Did you not see that clearly? Hold on, wait. Let me show that a bit more clearly, if I can. I could just say the name, but I'm making it harder on myself. Maybe the lighting's just bad. Nah. Oh, like my shirt? Anyway, back to this. Boom. Weight painting is never really that bad for the tails I make, because the topology is just so simple. It's gonna be fine. The tail is gonna be a lot easier than the mane, simply because it has less pieces.
I wish that Starlight was here to see how strong friendships can be when we trust each other and work together. You've all taught me so much. Friendship used to make me so queasy, queasy, but you made it all so easy, easy. Now I don't have to say what I'm thinking. Already know without even blinking. You girls are the apple of my eye, the race that doesn't end in a tie. You are the final cake at my hair, the one I ever fuzzy there. Best friends until the end of time. We'll have each other's backs and let our true self shine. And that's because everything we need is all right here when we're with our team. Starlight! A spark of magic could be very helpful right about now! I can't. I simply can't imagine there'd be a day that I wouldn't want to be walking your way. Whatever new problems there may be, a friendship is always the door with the key. You are the jewels in my friendship crown, the sparks that make my world go round. We bring the best out, that's our goal. There's no telling how far we'll go. Best friends until the end of time. We'll have each other's backs and let our true self shine. And that's because everything we need is all right here when we're with our team.
Perfect. I was looking for a good Cuban mark snapshot. That's the word. Okay. Where'd it go? Probably make a default scene for vectoring.
to make my life complete. But there was one colt that I cared for. I knew he would be there for me. My big brother, best friend forever. Like two peas in a pod.
What am I doing now? I am vectoring the cutie mark so that I don't have to use a low resolution image. Shouldn't take too long. It's like perfectly straight too, which is nice.
Potentially 5600x. It is showing on the up.
That is loud. Let's see. Okay. No, it's a vector. I'm vectoring in Blender. This is going to be rendered in a 2D image, so I can make this a high resolution image so that it's not just pixels that you can see. You know, that's it.
Each one of us has something special that makes us different, that makes us rare. We have a light that shines within us that we were always meant to share. And when we come together, combine the light that shines within, there is nothing we can't do, there is no battle we can't win. When we come together, be a star to guide the way, it's inside us every day. See it now, see it now. Let the rainbow remind you that together we will
So,
always
is
shine.
that this? No, it's not the same.
Remind you that forever this will be our time. Let the rainbow remind you that together we will always shine.
there's something in text that changes this up. Guess not. But the body helps. Let's make this work here. Right. So when these quirks come in. Let's mess up that. People just like disclosing their age for some reason. Wasn't a huge fan of it. Especially like younger people. So that's why it's there. Low resolution, I have to find like the right pixel. Color grab from. I'll just do this. This is easier. Yeah, grab that one. Whoa. Some second a weird thing. Oh, that's fine.
we've tried before, but we keep on trying more. 'Cause the cutie mark crusaders don't give in. We'll make our mark. One way or another, we'll make our mark. On the day that we discover the ultimate reward of our cutie marks. Now that's more like it. We were searching for cutie marks for a while there, trying to find out how we fit in. So many ways we tried before, but we kept on trying more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already familiar with Blender, so you doing vectors in Blender is probably easier for me than doing it in like Inkscape or whatever. So, yeah. But you don't use Blender for this very often. But it works. It's possible.
It's a place for us to start an adventure that has only just begun. We'll make our mark, show the world what we can do. We'll make our mark, helping Phillies to break through to the ultimate reward of a cutie mark. All right, everybody, get ready for the biggest quinceanera celebration ever!
Oh, Sugar Cube. If Mom and Dad were here, they'd be so proud of you.
Oh, thanks, Applejack.
Now go on and party with your pals.
I'm so proud of you, little buddy. You taught me a thing or two. You've inspired every pony around you, and you've inspired me too. You've made your mark, done Equestria so proud. You've made your mark.
Why don't you film it?
We're here to sing it loud for the ultimate reward of your cutie mark. Well, what do you think, Crusaders? Were these cutie marks totally worth waiting for, or what? Yeah, I can't wait to see who we're gonna help next. We started out just three Crusaders driven to see
No.
what we find in our hearts.
Fair enough, I need to edit separate anyway.
And here we are, best friends, about to start it again. An adventure that never will end. We'll make our mark, helping Phillies most in need. We'll make our mark, so each one of them succeeds. 'Cause the ultimate reward is a cutie mark.
It's really hard to read what this curve is like, but hey. Guess it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, right? It's so low res. I also have to taper it as well, which is fine. That's not hard. Actually, can I do it like this? I can. Oh, what? Shouldn't zero. Okay, I have to do like a raise monitor. That works out too. I like it. It's even easier to work like this too. Perfect. Whoa. Not that. There we go. So we need 2 more lines. Wait, what? No. How'd that happen? Okay. card of detail actually. Before I continue with that. I do need dark option. Cool. Yeah, that's. I'll have to scale it properly. Yeah, let me make sure this doesn't repeat. And let me get a this open here. Yeah, this is Mystery Dungeon. The first Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. Specifically. Alright, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna take a quick snack. And then next up, I'll be doing some rigging on the Mane and Tail. and some other shape key shenanigans. Then I'll start doing layering after that. Yeah. Still a little big, actually. There we go. Thought I'd lower the thickness of the outline a little bit. There we go. What am I snacking on? Lay's Stacks. My favorite chip. That was a lot of work for a cutie mark? It took a half hour. It's not that bad. Not just Lays. I don't really like normal Lays. I'm talking about Lay's Stacks. You know, the ones that are shaped like Pringles, but are actually good. Talking about this. This is what I'm having. I'm having sour cream and onion right now, but yeah, this is what they are. You can hear the plastic shell I have right here. I'm not going to be deciding the cutie mark of almond. That's going to be on Artsy Omni. He'll decide on that. It's up to his discretion.
Ponies' voices fill the night. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. Happy hearts so full and bright. Hearts warming Eve is here once again.
Yep. That's exactly what I did.
Clouds arrange so they're just so. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. Gonna make some awesome snow. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. The chill wind blows, making us.
Don't we see outlines on cutie marks that much, do we? It was the first one I've seen. I don't think any of my models have been. Usually it's just fill with no outline. But I guess a rose kind of needs it. Kinda.
Pastries we shall bring. Ding dong, so busy making merry. When devotion all be wary. As the mighty voices carry. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. Decorations we shall make. Hearts warming Eve is here once
If you're if you're shading roses with like simple flat color, yeah, you kind of need it.
one mistake.
But of course, when you're painting it with painting like actual shading and stuff, you probably don't, obviously, because you're shading in the lighting detail on your by hand and stuff. But key marks are not that complex.
Hearts warming Eve is filled with presents. Some take you by surprise. A story shared by your good friends that makes your spirits rise. Sometimes you just let go of the past. Enjoy the present while it lasts. And really it's not that much to ask. With good friends by your side. Now it's time to celebrate. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. All together feeling great. Hearts warming Eve is here once again. Can hardly wait. Party till late. Our favorite date. Hearts warming Eve is here once again.
Let me show you guys something too. I've talked about the Wiggle Bone system, right? Where I, at least for those of you that were here to listen to it a few streams ago, the Wiggle Bone system is where the armature is given like ragdoll physics, kinda, where they like respond to movements, so they kind of like automates the animation process for hair follow through and stuff. The main thing that doesn't work with the current wiggle physics system is the fact that it doesn't support collisions for anything. So I couldn't like do wiggle physics for the neck main because it's always going to collide with her neck and her backside. But there's a jeez, hold on.
Team Red! Team Red!
What is this? 1 second. No, that's nothing. Jeez. That notification did not come at the right time. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, the collision thing. The collision just wasn't supported. But, if we take a look at this, we have some recent developments. Very intriguing. This was just recent, so it's really cool to see. So I'm looking forward to the update. That would be very nice to have for the wiggle physics system for the hair. Actual collision. Mesh collision, no less. Which is just fantastic. But yeah. Just thought I brought that up while I was eating. What was that? That was a... that was an alarm for whenever a Ryzen 5000 series comes back into stock anywhere. which is the new CPU that came out from AMD. I'm trying to get my hands on a 5900X. That's why it says Team Red, because AMD's Team Red. So, I mean, I don't choose the alarm. That's just what it is. Ugh. I don't know. I'm willing to be patient because the previous 3000 series is just quite a bit worse than the new ones. And they're still being sold at full price too, so... My other main hobby is like playing video games, and not necessarily just casually. I can play games at like a competitive level, or like for either speedrunning for like Rayman Legends, or like play Team Fortress 2 at a pretty high like level. But I don't necessarily play that game competitively these days since it's kind of dead. Anyway, yeah. In terms of casual games, I don't mind playing Minecraft and playing some Pokemon games, perhaps, but yeah. Yeah, 20% slower is quite a bit, though. That's why I'm willing to be patient. It's a pretty big jump in performance. Like, AMD is almost all around better than Intel right now, with Intel's latest stuff. With their recent release, so... That's pretty much it. I don't really do much else. I should also note that I am not really into getting into new games these days. I just stick to what I already have played because I don't really have time to really get sucked into new experiences at this point in time. So it's not for me. No. Okay. F is for paying respects. It's a Call of Duty meme. It's from like one of the campaigns of like a Call of Duty game from like 4 years ago, I think. There's like a cutscene where it gives you like a prompt to press the F key on the PC version to pay respects to someone's grave. And it just became a big meme. It's kind of funny. You just press a key and then you're just paying respects for someone's death. Like, jeez. It's just so weird. Anyway, enough Morbid talk. We need to do some rigging. Where is this? Oh, I guess it's not here. Yeah, when I get my new CPU, I expect Blender's view performance to probably double in like animation playback performance kind of thing, and I don't know for sure. It's hard to know for sure, but it is so. The 5900X is just really good. I've seen the benchmarks. It should be capable of speeding up viewport, especially since it's already being bottlenecked by the CPU anyway. Let's play some moves now. I think I know. This is gonna be really interesting to see in action with the physics that actually have collision. It's so cool. I was not expecting to see that happen, get developed. It's actually gonna be push. So cool. Hello? I hate that moving it quick, it actually just moves and then you... Why? Why does it happen? I'm just too fast, I guess. Thanks to playing games all the time, I guess, I don't know. Okay. That's the main. I wanted to like do that all in one go and then check chat. It's way easier to just get it done right, like in one quick motion all the way through. And I'll just do it with the tail. Shouldn't take as long. There's not as many parts. And then I'll have to do some weight painting, which will take quite a bit of time. Weight painting is the actual time-consuming part of this. Yeah, weight painting. Yeah, well, gotta do it, man. It has to happen. Can't avoid it. Let's start with 22. I should definitely just do one per leaf for this. Don't usually do this. But given how I model this, it's probably best. I also have to make sure the roll of the bones are fine. I gotta make sure that's okay. It's not gonna take too long either, but it's good to check. Like, all these should be straight, which they're not. You know, just zero them out real quick. Wait, no, I can just press backspace, right? Yeah. Perfect. Like that. Okay, I guess I'll just zero them out after this, since they just keep changing. This is all symmetrical in center, so the rolls shouldn't veer anywhere from 0. Anyway. Too fast. I don't like that. So dumb. Every time I just move it fast, it just vanishes. I hate it. Ugh. So dumb. With automatic weights? No. Fixing auto weights takes more time than just doing it manually for something simple like this. Because each hair part, I guess, is topologically speaking just a cylinder. And I just weight paint each loop along the length of it all at once for each loop. It's not too bad. It's just a lot, I guess. And if I had to manually fix a bunch of auto weights that just didn't do anything I wanted it to do, so I don't see the point in using them, especially for something like this. Though I'd never use them for anything anyway. I just don't like it. Trigger roll. Yeah, there you go. Sick. Wait. What? What happened to you? No. Stop it. Select the center. Center. There you go. Now let's take a look at the roll real quick. So Z up. Z's up. For those, so let's get that consistent. This is easy to look at. Okay. Also here. White paint on transparent everything to the right now. Stop it. Stop. Stolen. Technically, eyelids are not driven by bones; they are driven by shape keys. So, there's that. I'm gonna try a different approach actually. That's good. Let's just go crazy. No, turn back. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, one loop at a time, all at once. No, this is part of the hair, the mane. Yeah, it's weight painting. I'm controlling what vertices are carried by which bone, pretty much. As you can tell. That's what I'm doing. Oh. Great. I hate the undo feature sometimes. I mean, it's kind of the same idea. This is essentially just a heat map. Whatever is the most red is given the most weight to my selected bone, and whatever is completely blue has no weight, so it doesn't get carried by the bone at all, as you can tell. This is pretty much completely red, just about. And this has nothing, so it doesn't move. I just hold control, or wait, no, yeah, control. You hold control and you select bones. Will the bones be dynamic? Do you mean automatically animated? Do you mean? Potentially, yes. Maybe even fully, because there's an upcoming update to the wiggle physics system that carries that automated motion that I use. That will support like collisions and stuff. Which is the main missing thing that it lacked before, which it will now have. Depending on how good it is, I'll probably be using that completely. You'll see. Yeah. Now, this is where I correct this. How much do I need? Let me change. No. should just be using that for now. Yeah, Maya's not that different from Blender fundamentally speaking. You know, just in terms of they're both 3D software, and you can do a lot of the same like 3D rigging stuff in both of the pieces of software. So, yeah, and it's exactly what. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah. And yeah, like I said, I have a Wiggle Physics system. It's a add-on for Blender, a third-party add-on called Wiggle Physics. That's what will carry the motion of the bones in the hair. That will like let it automatically sway back and forth or whatever. You know, have automatic follow through. Originally, like the version of that I have right now doesn't support collision because it's a pretty hacky add-on. It wasn't like fully developed. It was just made by one guy that made it for fun, kinda. Or well, I don't know about. He wanted to use it for a reason. Just it's not like he had all the time in the world to polish it and whatnot, right? But today, the developer of that add-on posted an update showing that it actually now does support collision in a new work in progress update. Not out yet, but I saw some results of it and it's looking pretty good. And it's mesh collision too. Look forward to seeing what I can do with that. Well, here's the thing. I've used Unity. I've used Unity that actually has like a bunch of add-ons that support that kind of stuff, where the bones can move automatically and have collision with using like capsule collision, capsule sphere collision kind of thing. Yeah, it didn't. When I've tried using it, it's pretty decent at what it is, and I'm just surprised that Blender didn't have anything like that, considering Unity is a real-time engine for games and stuff. So I'm glad Wiggle Physics is actually getting more development to actually better replicate what Unity can do. Every time my cough drop wears out, my throat just dies. Oh my god. Ugh. The lip sync selection? What do you mean? Oh, wait, what? No, my throat's been like this for literally like a decade. It always like chokes up. Choke's not the right word. It gets like, it's like there's always something stuck in my throat, I guess. It's not a sore throat. It's just a thing that's been there all my life, basically. That's why I cough all the time. I hate it. I do plan to get it more checked out eventually. Whenever I can. Right now is not going to be a good time, though, unfortunately. Yep. Mr. Dungeon Boss. Oh, it's still on the ad. Not a big deal. I can catch it, I guess. No, just... If I knew how to code better, maybe I could have made an add-on that would automatically do the same process, because it's a pretty standard process that I have for weight painting this hair. I haven't changed it in a while. It's been like this for years, actually. Weight painting hair like this, that's got very simple topology, cylindrical topology. Yeah. I just wouldn't know where to start. It's just, especially Python, it's bizarre. This isn't. This is Cynthia's theme from Gen 5. It's not legendary. It's just Cynthia.
Who are you?
I am the spirit of hearthwarming yet to come.
Are you here to show me what future hearthwarming eves are like?
No, there are no more hearthwarming eves for me to show.
Why not?
You will succeed in erasing the holiday as you wished.
And what happens?
I see a cold wind blowing through. I see days neither fun nor free. I see a future caused by you. I see a path not meant to be. The future should be filled with magic, dreams and wishes brought to life. But the days ahead are dark and tragic. No time for hope when all is strife. Whatever might have been, all the dreams that ponies share. Because of you, snowfall frost. Now the future is a cold nightmare.
Indigos? They aren't real. It's just a little Billy story.
They are all too real, Snowfall, and your actions will allow them to return. The future of Equestria shall be bathed in a blanket of eternal snow.
No, I never meant for this to happen. I didn't understand. I didn't see how important hearthwarming eve was. Lady Spirit, I haven't cast the spell yet. Is there still time? I'm sorry.
think I should skip setting up local physics for a while until I know that update's out and I can use it. I don't know if I tune the settings, if it's going to carry over to the new version. He says it's a complete rewrite, so I'd imagine there'll be problems carrying over settings, so I should probably not do that. Okay. I'm doing this so slow. Whoa. Um. Am I not needing to correct much? Seems like the apology's already formed to the shape group, huh? Just here then, I guess. Just over here. Right. Doom reverse. They were under 13, so yes. Yeah, that's just the point. Like, if you're over, it's just my opinion, and it's also the rules of my chat. If you're over 21 and you're willing to disclose your age, so be it. That's your decision. You're old enough to hopefully understand the risks of that. But if you're below that, I am very hesitant to allow you to disclose your age in this chat. That's why there's a rule for it. And if you're below 13 and you happen to disclose your age, that's just an instant ban. Hopefully for reasons that probably would be obvious, considering like US law and COPA and stuff. I mean, it's just an arbitrary age. I'm just gonna say 21. That's just what I'm gonna put in my rules. This happened many times before. People keep bringing up their ages and stuff. It's kind of annoying now. Constant issue. No, I just don't think the kids really understand the risk of disclosing your age, especially when you're really young on the internet. Just think about that. The risks of security reasons and of course other things. So please do not disclose. I think fire is actually my favorite type. This just so happens that Leafeon's my favorite overall Pokemon. I don't know if I've been using the internet for. I can tell you I've been using the internet even before like age 13 and stuff. So yeah, be smart about it. What? Okay. Guess I had the wrong one selected there. No, it's not how the weight on the swaying on the physics. No, if that's what you mean. It's the weight painting is simply just the weight each vertex have, or okay. For each bone I have selected, there's weights, and it's basically heat map. Whatever's blue has 0 weight. Whatever's red has 1 weight. It's a scale on 1 to 0 or 0 to 1. Whatever has no weights, being the blue part, will have no. Will move 0 distance with the selected bone I have. Like it won't be influenced by the bone at all. Whatever's red will be moved at full intensity, and whatever's in between is just like a mix of the two, pretty much. So the blue doesn't move at all, the red moves completely, and so on. And it's basically just a gradient all the way through, because if it was just a sharp red to blue transition, it would just be a very sharp deformation, and it would not look natural. So, yeah. Got that gradient, that deformation is pretty sharp, right? So I need to soften it up. mean, Luminion has bad stats all around anyway. Its physical attack isn't even that usable either. It's just not a good, like, competitive Pokemon. So, yeah. No, don't spam the chat, please. Maybe it works. It was a recent Pokemon. It's you're talking about Toxtricity's pre-Evo, right? I don't remember the name of it. It's a very short name, I think. Just don't remember what it was. Didn't play that one, so I don't know most of the Pokemon's names by heart, especially the ones that aren't like fully evolved. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Every pony has times in their lives when their hearts are filled with doubt.
Frustration builds up inside, and it makes you wanna shout.
But if you just take that first step, the next one will appear. And you find you can walk, then run, then fly. Into the stratosphere. You've got to give it
know I can't give up too soon. Get myself in the zone. And I find I can walk, then run, then fly.
Alright, I'm back.
I can do it on my own.
You can do it on your own.
Okay. Two main pieces left. And then you have the tail, which is 4 pieces. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Crystal. 2001, I think? No. 2. I wasn't that young yet. I wasn't that young. 2002 or 2003, I think. I think that's a better range, yeah. I don't remember the exact year. I was pretty young, just not that young. Yeah. I skipped Gen 3 pretty much and went straight to Gen 4 when it first came out in 2007. Yeah. Pretty big gap, but that's when I started seriously getting into Pokemon was Gen 4. Gen 2 was a nice like distraction for a while. I was into it for quite a bit, but it was, you know, obviously like dated, and I had it for a while because I didn't play the GBA games. Okay, let's do this. The last Pokemon game I played through was Sun and Moon. I completely lost interest once Sun and Moon. Once I finished Sun and Moon, just wasn't into it. And then I see the problems of like the HD game now on the Switch, and don't think I'm missing out on much. There's so many caveats with Pokemon now. It's kind of crazy. Not that people can't still enjoy the game or anything like that. It's just, I just wish they put more effort into the games. I feel like everyone deserves a better Pokemon game, even if they still enjoy it. Could be better. Yeah, the scale thing is one of the most jarring things in Sword and Shield. Like, Pokemon aren't scaled correctly. And it's been like that since the 3DS games, but it's so much more jarring on a big screen. So much more jarring. And especially when there's Dynamaxing too, which is just scales the Pokemon up crazy. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Why not just scale the Pokemon correctly? No sense. I don't get it. It's such a weird decision. I don't get it. It's her main. It's the neck main. Specifically, it should be this piece right here. I'm not sure what to do about the explanation of weight painting. I've already explained it twice, and I don't want to do it again. And chat already explained it once before as well. Someone in chat. I don't know, man. It's kind of a complicated topic. I can't just put an answer in the FAQ necessarily. I could try, but showing exactly what I mean visually would help a lot. However, I don't want to keep repeating that. I don't know. I don't know what to do now. Oh, that was the fourth piece. That was the last main piece. No, it wasn't. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I skipped it. I was really confused. I thought I still had one left. That's why I thought it was the other one.
First we thought that Babs was so really, really sweet. A new friend to have, and it seemed like such a treat. But then we found that Trixie's just a bully from the east. She went from Babs, yeah, to a bully and a thief. Everywhere we turn, she's just a step ahead. Bouncy, bouncy, what we gonna do? Got a bully on our tail, gotta hide, we gotta bail. Bouncy, bouncy, if she's after you, gotta run, we gotta flee, gotta hurry, don't you see? Bouncy, bouncy, she's just a bad, bad seed. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hiding from a bully, we know it isn't right. But the cutie mark crusaders, we are looking for a fight. Or she'll go home soon and then we'll have some peace again. But for now we're staying out of her way till then. Everywhere we turn, she's just a step ahead. Bouncy, bouncy, what we gonna do? Got a bully on our tail, gotta hide, we gotta bail. Bouncy, bouncy, if she's after you, gotta run, we gotta flee, gotta hurry, don't you see? Why so mean? Why so crude? Why so angry? Why so rude? Can't you be nice? Can't we be friends? Isn't it sad? Is this how it all ends? Bouncy, bouncy, she's just a bad, bad, bouncy, bouncy. She's just a bad, bad, bouncy, bouncy. She's just a bad, bad seed.
Raise this barn, 1, 2, 3, 4. Together we can raise this barn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, 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 go to the beam. Hammer those joints, working team. Turn around quick by the right elbow. Grab a new partner, here we go. Come on, Apple Family, let's get to it. Raise this barn, 1, 2, 3, 4. Together we can raise this barn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finish the frame, recycling wood. Working hard, you're doing good. Turn them real quick by the right elbow. Grab your partner, here we go. Raise this barn, 1, 2, 3, 4. Together we can raise this barn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Slats of wood come off the ground. Hold them up and nail them down. Turn around quick by the left elbow. Grab a new partner, here we go. Come on, apples.
And I binge watched MOP 4 times within like the first 2 months. I started watching the show, so 3 months maybe. Just for reference. I haven't binged it in a long time. I don't think I've had time. Really just sit down and just watch a bunch of stuff. Like I could have it on the side when I'm working, like when I'm not streaming, obviously, but like I want to pay attention to it too.
Take your brushes, fill the dough. Together paint it bright and bold. Turn 'em around quick by the left elbow. Grab a new partner, here we go. Raise this barn, we raise this barn. Yes, we did. Together we sure raise this barn. Yes, we did. Being together counts the most. We all came here from coast to coast. All we need to strive to be is part of the Apple family.
Did I say twice? Or are you responding to someone else? I said 4 times. 4 times in like 3 months. It was an interesting time in my life, I'll just say that. I had a lot of spare time back then. Lots. For reasons I will probably discuss some other day. Oh, and just keep in mind, it was season 6. Half of season 6 was released at the time, so not 9 seasons, it's 6 seasons I finished during that time period. It's hard to believe it's actually 4 years ago. Sometimes I just still feel like it's pretty recent when I started watching the show, but nope. It's almost half a decade. Give it another 6 months. Just about. They're straight by default because of the T-pose. Doesn't mean you can't bend them. If they end up straight, that's because either me or someone else that was posing them didn't pose them properly, or were considered enough to make them not straight. That wouldn't surprise me too much. I mean, back then I literally could have watched it literally all day. Literally. And I did. It's quite the experience, not gonna lie. No cartoon that's made like to be marketed towards little girls was meant to be this good, but it was, you know, that's what I was feeling back then. It's definitely not just the girl for kids. It's way better. When I first made this name in 2008, which is, I was like 11 or 12. No, I always say that. I'm pretty sure I was 11 at the time. I made that name. I said DJ Thed at the time, right? That was the original pronunciation, but I say DJ. Or no, DJ the D. I meant to say that. I'm so used to saying DJ. DJ Thed is what I say now. But DJ the D was the original pronunciation. Again, the DJ part is just my initials for my first and middle name. I thought that was neat when I was little. So. It's good now? No, let's do this still. Okay. Check file locations. I'm making Rose, Lyra, and Amethyst, and some other background characters that are probably unnamed, that share the same main stuff. Technically, Lyra and Amethyst are unicorns, so they will need room for their horn to stick through the main. So that will require a slightly alternate version of one of the main pieces to give room for that. But other than that, it's the same exact mane and tail for them. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Omni, I'd be pretty much by myself, which is what I was planning on doing anyway, doing all this on my own. He just so happened to volunteer to help do some of the modeling for the mains and stuff. And considering I already know what he's capable of as a artist and modeler and stuff, I figured he'd be a good fit since he volunteered, so why not accept the help? I see no reason to reject it. I wouldn't say yes to just anything, so. Alright, so everything here is right now, yes? Yes. Everything. Cool. Alright, the tail. Technically it's 3 pieces, kinda. These 2 pieces here are together up until this point where they split off, so. And they're all pretty long pieces, except for the top one. This will probably take a bit. I have a mirror on for this. I could probably speed things up, huh? It's a symmetrical tail, so yeah, I should probably do that. Yeah, it's working. Good. That'll speed things up quite a bit. I don't have to rotate the camera constantly. Bones are really close to each other, but I'm not sure how this will work out, but I don't do it very often. Press the period button. I mean, the actual tail of a pony doesn't go very far. Like with the actual like tailbone stuff. Like it's only gonna go out to like around here, right? The rest of it's just hair. I'm pretty sure most of you already knew that. And my models don't even have that because it's meant to replicate the show style, which never shows the actual like tail. The tail flesh or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what to call that part exactly. Alright. This one. Oh, yeah, I also don't have to check the straightness of it either. It's already gonna be pretty much fine. Probably. Please let me. Come on. Eyes in the wrong place? What do you mean? It's just music on my computer. They're just MP3s, man. I can't share it. It's all local. Probably shouldn't stay down. It's a little weird. I think I just say that a lot when I'm relaxed. Weird. Weird, weird, weird.
Around you in the magic of heartwarming me. The little things that make it better. Little ponies spreading cheer. Give a toy a hug, a sweater. Memories that last all year. Presents always filled with presents, large, medium, and small. Sometimes the most important things aren't very big at all. What a party, there's so much to see here, can't believe you didn't want to be here. You'd have had a blast, I guarantee. Here, this is the secret of heartwarming me. Ciders flowing, this is living. Come on and feel the beat. Life's better when you're given. Each time you do it feels so sweet. Presents always filled with presents, so come on, open your eyes. Spend time with ponies just like you and watch your spirits rise. Presents always filled with presents. Take a look around.
Sweet but weird.
The reason for the holiday is
Weird for Twilight. Twilight has something just like this too.
yes, the reason for the holiday is quite easily found. And the reason is to be with your friends.
I probably know all the Pokemon by like. I could be able to like recall them from the cries and stuff. If I kept playing it, I was able to do it from Gen 6 and below. Probably not anymore. It's been a while, but yeah. I need to not do this. It's so okay. That's for this one. Depends on what kind of underrated do you mean? Do you mean competitiveness in terms of that? Like, do you mean competitive underratedness, or like just based off like the cosmetics or the appearance of the Pokemon? I would say people like the appearance quite a bit. I know a lot of people like Liggin's design, but competitively speaking, I know that Liggin's just somewhat mediocre. Bad offensive typing, mediocre stats. Has the obviously the ability plus the pedal dance thing, right? But it's just one move. It's not a great quality, competitively speaking. But I'm not sure if that's the context you mean. To me, I've always figured it was a fairly popular Pokemon in design, so I wouldn't consider it completely underrated. Like overall. I'd also say Leafeon isn't underrated overall, but I would say Leafeon's underrated in terms of like evolutions, just within the evolutions. It's usually at the bottom of people's like favorite lists for evolutions. But overall, like speaking of the overall popularity, Leafeon's still like one of the higher ones.
Let's all work together to make this castle shine.
Once we add some sparkle, it'll feel divine. Crates of apples and bales of hay just makes you feel at home.
Furry friends and some poppin' jays, so she won't be alone. And we'll make this castle a home. There's nothing like balloons and confetti to greet you every time you walk through the door. She'll need this and those posters of all my heroes. How could any pony awesome ever ask for more? And we'll make a home she'll adore.
Bright curtains of flowing silk and lace.
This picture of me winning a race. Party cannons to give her a surprise.
Hose and rakes and some more
the buyback.
garden supplies.
Getting hugs from this
Yeah,
nice big friendly bear.
Decorate with some gemstones bright and rare.
More of this and that. Don't forget the party hats. How could any pony awesome ask for more than that?
Let's all work together
To show that we
Okay, I
have
think I got it all I need.
Princess Twilight Sparkle.
How we made this castle a home. How we made this castle a home. How we made
There you go.
this castle a home.
It's not the things that you gather round.
It's not how much you own.
The things that hold the meaning in your life are the memories you've sown.
So we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a
The rigging is not done per se, but the weight painting is, I suppose, unless I have any sort of like adjustments I need to make if I find something off, but yeah. So I guess the main thing I need to do now, hopefully it shouldn't take too long, but I need to straighten every piece of the hair out. I don't think I need to do it for the tail really, but let's make sure. No, that's not going to work. The main, but definitely I need this. The main reason I'm doing this is because I want to make corrective shape keys to make sure they don't deform really whenever I straighten the mains out for like any sort of extreme pose with the hair. So just setting that up. But I have to first straighten everything out so I know what to change it to. An alternate shape key. I thought I just explained it. I have to straighten them so that I can fix their weird deformations they have around the roots. Whenever I have to pose the main extremely, I want a corrective blend shape in order to address that. Generally, I won't be needing this for the most part, just for the extreme poses for the main. Which could happen whenever there's like any sort of fast motion or if they're running, perhaps. It's good to set this up now before I start setting up the layers and stuff. This is a real bad hair day. I know. I know. Let me actually prepare everything I need, so... I guess straighten. Okay. I'm gonna have to hide everything here again. Just focus on. Nah, keep it. That's all I'm doing. I mean, Undertale is a pretty calming track at the start. but it gets pretty upbeat and uplifting as well. And climax. Side by side.
Equestria, the land I love, a land of harmony. Our flag does wave from high above for pony kind to see. Equestria, a land of friends, where pony kind do roam. They say true friendship never ends. Equestria, my home.
Main purpose. There will be a bone that can control the straightness of each color name when necessary. This is actually Minecraft. Doors 3 wasn't SFM exclusive. So don't mark it as SFM. But I would have probably tried to make an entry if I knew it was happening. But definitely far too late. And it would have been like, I would have had to be notified like way before it started to be worked on, because I didn't even have a Twilight model at the time. That's a recent thing. So, yeah. Oh, interruption to dancing. Gonna have another quick snack break if you don't mind. No, I'm not a musician. I'm just really good with the mouse. Again, I play first-person shooters. I play Team Fortress 2 mostly, but I would consider myself fairly mid to high level. I can fairly above average. So moving quick with a mouse fairly accurately is not really a challenge for me.
A way that we can grow, time to try something new, something better. No more solo, trust is the way to go, and all we need to do is work together.
Got one more bag of these. That'll be good.
I feel the need to say, stronger, and I don't need you to.
Stronger? Okay. I guess we'll downplay how fast you got your rear end handed to you.
It's time to try a better way to be bad.
Do we really need a better way to be bad?
United as one.
Teamwork, please. What a fad.
Combine all our strength. We'll go to any length once we have a better way to be bad. Let's go. Begin. This time we're gonna win.
The ice you're on is thin, so watch what you say.
I know you're in. I think I see a grin.
For all this pain and torture, I swear you'll pay.
This time we've got a better way to be bad.
Now this is when Chrysalis, T-Rex, and Cozy Toe were planning stuff. I mean, that's the episode, I guess. The episode where they were starting to bond as a team.
Once we have a better
Oh, this song was before that moment.
we want to break their friendship. We want to make them
Spoilers?
You want revenge on
You should probably watch up to season 9. It's been out for a year. More than that. It's almost 2 years old, the premiere. Put that in your... Just think about that. Almost 2 years.
Listen to me. I'm the best of us three. Then you'll see a better way to be bad. Wait, this is my thing, a better way to be bad.
You shall do as I command. I will rule this triad.
Hey, this is my song.
Sorry, not any longer.
A better way to be bad. Now you're making me mad.
Won't the ponies be sad?
That would make me so glad.
Now we've got a better way to be bad.
Season 9's on Hulu. If you can't get it on Hulu, you might have to find other ways to get it. I don't know if they have DVDs, but I don't know. There are other ways. Not their own fault for making it hard to watch the show. So again, other means. The previous song had Cozy Glow, T-Rec, and Chrysalis. I don't know which one you're referring to, but those are the 3 singers. With their original voice actors too, they didn't change VAs to a singing voice or anything. They're the same actors, I'm pretty sure. Yes, even T-Rec.
Should not blame me too if I can't help falling in love with you.
Might have a more longer food break pretty soon as well. The snacks can only do so much. Like really soon. Probably after I'm done straightening this stuff, I'll get something going.